Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we are led in prayer by the senior senator from the 6th. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senior senator from the 4th leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Senior senator from the 6th.
Let us bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you for blessing this state and this nation with your watchful eye. Please give us wisdom when making decisions. Please give the legislature and the governor guidance to help make West Virginia a state in which faith-based believers will seek us out, and with hopes that those with a moral compass will want to make West Virginia their home. Dear Lord, be with us as we make decisions these final days that will be very important as we try to wrap things up. Be with the sick and afflicted. Thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us, and may you continue to bless and forgive us of our sins. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Senior Senator from the 4th.
With the members in the chamber and our guests in the gallery, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, October 15th, 2021. The Senate met at 11 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senator from Wetzel requests unanimous consent that further reading the journal be dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading the journal is dispensed with and the journal is approved. Introduction of guest. Communications from the House.
There are none.
Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
There are none.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
There are none.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
There is none.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Here, Mr. President, subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Are there announcements? If not, the question before the Senate, if not, the question before the Senate is the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess.
Hello, everyone. It's October the 18th. Tomorrow, October the 19th, is my mom's birthday. And I can't tell you how much, I miss my mom and dad. But today, we've lost a true mega American hero, a 4-star general, Colin Powell, an absolute champion in every way, 84 years old, and really and truly died with COVID. How many of our heroes, how many of our mentors, how many of our parents, how many of those that really have given us so much wisdom, it's unbelievable, are we going to lose? But this one is really and truly our nation's hero in many, many ways. I'm going to read to you just a few things, but 84 years old. A man that really led by kindness and logic and sternness and truth and trust. All those things. He didn't lead because he just had a title. He led because he led out of compassion and love and right and absolute strength. More than anything, out of trust and truth. I could not possibly admire someone with those qualities anymore. That's all there is to it, because I think that that's what it's all about right there. If you represent truth and you create bonds and you create trust, you're able to lead people to be able to surpass their wildest dreams of what they could do and what they could achieve. In a grain of sand way compared to this great man. This is exactly what I've tried to do through my life. And I can tell you that we lost a superstar beyond superstars right here. So please join everyone in this nation in prayer for this great man, all that he gave to each and every one of us. And all of us should join in appreciation and prayer for this great effort and all the wisdom that this man brought us. So for all of his family and all those that loved him so dearly, I pray with all in me that God will have a tremendous helper by his side right now. And absolutely, this is a true superstar that we lost. Now, we've got a testimonial today from a fellow, Christopher Holmes. And Christopher's from Sissonville. And Christopher's wanting to share his story about his battle with COVID. And so I think if we got Christopher, we'll do Christopher right now, and then we'll get on to our other business.
All right, thank you, Governor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the good Lord above. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here to be able to share my story. I'd like to thank CMAC Hospital for their doctors and their nurses were awesome. A little bit about me, I'm 44 years old. I've been married for 21 years. I have a daughter and a son. In early June, my whole family ended up sick. Other than my daughter, she's the only one that had the COVID shot. My wife, my son, and my daughter's boyfriend, we all ended up with COVID. I kept getting worse and worse. So I ended up on June 14th, I went into the hospital. And from there, I just kept getting worse. They had to put me on the vent. They had to put me on the ECMO machine. I pretty much had hoses sticking out of every hole in my body. I had a feeding tube. The hoses that from the ECMO machine, they had to put 2 holes in my neck. My daughter said they was probably the size of garden hoses. They had to put a trach in me so I could breathe, and I'll have that scar for the rest of my life. It was tough. I was there for 80 days. I had to take a total of 160 shots in my stomach for blood clots. It was tough on my family. My family, one day that I'd be doing great. The next minute, the doctor would tell her that I wasn't going to make it. And I have proof of myself that the COVID shot works, because everyone had COVID in my house except my daughter, and she was the only one that had the COVID shot. It was, when you come and think about it, I was determined not to get the shot. My family was determined not to get the shot. My mom, dad, my brother, we wasn't getting the shot. And I didn't want my daughter to get the shot because I heard rumors about not being able to have kids. But you think about this, if I told my daughter, which I told her not to get the shot, and she didn't get the shot, and the roles were reversed, and she was laying up there in that hospital like me, could you live with yourself if just being up there, or if she didn't make it? I couldn't live with myself. When I went in, like I said, no one had the shot. When I got out, my whole family had the shot. And it's, I hope everyone gets the shot, because you don't want to take it home to your family. If you take it home to just imagine you take it home to your kids or your parents or your grandparents, and something happens to them. I mean, it's rough. And like I said, I had to be on a feeding tube. I lost 110 pounds while I was in there. I lost all my muscle. I had to learn to walk again. Everything that you don't even think about doing, I had to learn to do again. I couldn't go up steps, couldn't walk. I had to go to rehab. I'm still rehabbing it. It's a long battle, and I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through. So that's pretty much my story. It's your right to do whatever you want to do. If you don't want to get the shot, I don't look down on you, or I don't look down on you if you get the shot. It's your choice. It's free country. But I'm just saying that everyone should get the shot. If you can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, Christopher, are you back to me, Jordan? Christopher, I've not ever talked with you before, and if your testimony doesn't touch all of our hearts, I don't know what does. But I've never met you before, but I'm very, very, very happy and hopeful for your complete recovery, and I'm really, it takes a big man to stand up and and to give us his story. But anyway, Christopher, thank you again, and I pray in every way for your speedy health and recovery, and all the goodness for your family. So thank you again for coming on. Took a lot of courage. Appreciate you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if I could switch now, we've lost 28 additional West Virginians since the last Friday. This could very well be a little bit of a lag over the weekend. It could be greater than this, but you know, thank goodness I'm not sitting here having to read 110 names to you, and I hope and pray that this is even inflated a little bit, you know, but nevertheless, the 4,107th death in West Virginia is a 71-year-old male from Preston County. The 4,108th death, a 93-year-old male from Tucker County. The 4,109th death, an 85-year-old male from Lewis County. The 4,110th death, a 73-year-old male from Wood County. The 4,111th death, an 89-year-old female from Preston County. The 4,112th death, a 53-year-old female from Wetzel County. The 4,113th death, a 38-year-old female from Logan County. The 4,114th death, a 56-year-old male from Wood County. The 4,115th death, a 63-year-old female from Marion County. The 4,116th death, an 86-year-old male from Jackson County. The 4,117th death, a 73-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 4,118th death, a 68-year-old male from Tucker County. The 4,119th death, a 59-year-old male from Wood County. The 4,120th death, a 78-year-old male from Marion County. The 4,121st death, an 84-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 4,122nd death, an 80-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 4,123rd death, a 79-year-old male from Wirt County. The 4,124th death, an 89-year-old female from Fayette County. The 4,125th death, a 53-year-old male from Putnam County. The 4,126th death, a 77-year-old male from Harrison County. The 4,127th death, a 41-year-old female from Cabell County. The 4,128th death, a 93-year-old male from Hancock County. The 4,129th death in West Virginia, a 93-year-old male from Wayne County. The 4,130th death, a 52-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 4,131st death, a 71-year-old female from Wayne County. The 4,132nd death, a 57-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 4,133rd death, a 46-year-old male from Kanawha County. And the 4,134th death in West Virginia is an 83-year-old male from Nicholas County. Who would have ever believed it? Who would have ever believed we would have lost General Powell to COVID, a pandemic? Who would have ever believed the testimony that Christopher just gave us? Or who in the world would have ever believed we'd have lost 4,134 great West Virginians? Prayers. Prayers will get us through this. We've got 9,033 active cases in West Virginia. You know, our daily positivity rate is at 8.08. Our cumulative rate is at 6.06. We've got recovered cases of almost 250,000 people in West Virginia. Our hospitalizations are continuing to drop slowly. We're down to 746 that are hospitalized, 218 are in the ICU, and 136 are on ventilators. Overwhelmingly, the number of people that are hospitalized are unvaccinated, almost Christopher's story over and over and over. However, the number of vaccinated continues to crawl up just little by little. There's no guarantees. There's no guarantees here. If you don't have your booster shot right now, and you're 18 and above, and you're out from your first shot, and you were given Pfizer the first go-round, and you don't have your booster shot, you're really making a mistake. You need to go get that booster shot. It'll lower the amount that are hospitalized. It'll help us there. It'll take the pressures off our hospitals, but it could very well save your life. We got 2 green counties. We got 56 county school outbreaks in 22 counties. 646 are confirmed cases in our schools. The only 2 schools without a mask mandate are Pocahontas and Tucker. And now I'm going to turn to an announcement, to this incredible announcement. And you know, it's hard to believe that Christmas is right around the corner, isn't it? Well, there's some great work that's being done by two organizations, and well, really three if you throw in communities and schools, but there's great work by a lot of different organizations across the state. We created Jobs and Hope, and then along the way, Game Changers came along, and they said that they'd like for me to be their head coach, and I agreed to do so. Well, now we've got a situation to where, you know, that between Jobs and Hope and Game Changers, and Game Changers really, I think, led the way. This is the second straight year, though, that we're going to have a Change Their Holiday promotion. The goal is to raise money for families that are recovering from opioid and substance abuse and provide them with financial means to some way, somehow really enjoy Christmas. Now, I don't know how it gets any better than that. I really and truly don't. And we've got two beautiful ladies here from Jobs and Hope, and we've got a guy's okay, I guess, looking guy, you know, from Game Changers, and Joe Joe Bozick, and I just think they've done great work. You know, it was a real honor for me to be an advocate and kind of the startup from the standpoint of Jobs and Hope. You know, we've got communities and schools that's right behind them. It's doing great work, and all that kind of ties right in together. But the Jobs and Hope started with Jim's dream. And then we couldn't put my name to it, so we changed the name to Jobs and Hope, which is fine. But really and truly, what they're doing is really they are changing lives. And now Game Changers. Game Changers is really moving the needle. And so with all this, we're going to ask people, we're going to do a promotion from now until Friday, November the 26th, to provide families that are in recovery a complete holiday, right all the way down to the turkey dinner and everything else. We're asking people to step up, and especially at Christmas, try to do anything and everything we can to where we can blow the roof off here. These great organizations are doing tremendous work, but really and truly, it all boils down to an individual, a family. Absolutely, that's exactly what it boils down to. And so if we can't step up in West Virginia and do greatness at Christmas time, I don't know what's wrong with us. So I guess I'm gonna turn it over now to Joe, and then we're gonna pass to these great ladies over to my right, and Joe, take over.
Governor, thank you very much. During this tough time during the pandemic, it's our hope, and I know that Jobs and Hope's hope, that we can provide some type of ray of sunshine. And last July 29th, I was privileged to come here when you agreed to be the head coach. And I can sincerely tell you, being maybe somewhat cognizant of the nature of the job of being a governor and the criticism that comes from all walks and different areas with that job, I was so aware of your success as a basketball coach and success that you had on the hardwood. And when we asked you to be the head coach, I did so with the hope that you would help us and lead us to the kind of success in these endeavors in this initiative that you had on the basketball court. And I can tell you this last year and a half, you have not let us down at all. Like a coach, you provided leadership, direction, guidance, patience, and compassion through this building of this team that you're overseeing. And, you mentioned community and schools. They've set the mark of what they've done already with 31 counties and thousands of kids being helped under the First Lady and her staff's guidance. And we hope that we're going to be able to simulate that under your leadership. We've been able to put together a team from Clayton Birch over at Superintendent of Schools, and Bill Crouch at DHHR, and Christina Mullins, and the PLOs in Help and Hope West Virginia, and Matt Christensen. I think we've given you probably the toughest schedule you're probably going to have to play in this game, because it's certainly going to be a little probably more difficult in some of the games that you've coached, because this is a very, very difficult opponent that we have. And it has so many tentacles, and we're so privileged to have so many people that are joining and helping us. And the fact that you have shown the leadership that you have, and that you've allowed us the leeway to continue to try to expand, and the fortune that we have with Lori Smith over here from Jobs and Hope, and Deb Harris and that whole staff that we've been able to combine. And, you know, there can be nothing sadder than a little one getting up on Christmas morning with little or anything underneath the Christmas tree, because mom and dad are trying to get through opioids and don't have the resources to be able to provide Santa Claus coming to the house. And if we can brighten up like we did last year, you know, we have some sponsors that in Walmart and McDonald's and Pepsi and Aetna Better Health of West Virginia, Parmar Mountaineer Marts, NVB Bank. They've all stepped up to help this endeavor, and Lori and her staff have helped to identify the families. You know, I could go on and on, but I just want to thank you, Governor, because you've led us to this, and we've just started. We're only in the first quarter, and like I said, it's probably one of the toughest schedules we're going to play, but I think we're going to beat them.
Well, it's easy to be a good coach when you got good players. I promise you that. And we got some real good ones, that's for sure. So, you know, Lori and Deb, you know, you guys talk. Tell us all kinds of good stuff.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Joe. We're very excited to be involved in the Game Changers Change Their Holiday initiative again this year. As the Governor mentioned, Jobs and Hope West Virginia was introduced during the 2019 legislative session as his idea of Jim's dream, and then it was supported with funding through the West Virginia Legislature. We started working with participants in 2019 with the goal of helping West Virginians eliminate barriers to career employment. We have 21 transition agents who work across West Virginia to help participants eliminate those barriers. Some barriers they face may be identifying and funding training and education opportunities, establishing reliable transportation, assistance with driver's license reimbursement, or assistance resolving justice-involved issues. To date, we have 221 participants who have eliminated those barriers, who have achieved career employment, are now considered graduates of Jobs and Hope. 548 have gotten their driver's license fully reinstated, and over 1,500 have become employed as a result of Jobs and Hope. This may not be their career employment, but they're well on their way of earning that in their lives. We also have assisted 13 in completing the expungement process. Our target population are West Virginians struggling to reenter the workforce. They may be reentering from long-term treatment and recovery from substance misuse. They may be reentering the community for corrections or justice-involved backgrounds, or be experiencing long-term unemployment for a number of reasons. We have a great network of state partners that allow us to provide these supports. Game Changer has been a great partner and has helped Jobs and Hope make a number of employment connections. Our involvement in last year's Change Their Holiday initiative was inspiring. We were able to help 20 families have a brighter Christmas, and we look forward to helping even more this year. If you or anyone you know has a barrier to career employment and would like to be referred to the Jobs and Hope program, you can go to our website at jobsandhope.wv.gov and click Start Your Journey to begin the referral process. And if I could, just a moment, since I have the microphone, I would like to give a personal COVID testimony to support the governor's message. We listen to the governor's briefings every time he's on, and I want to support the message of receiving your vaccine, getting your vaccine. About 2 weeks ago, he announced a 21-year-old that died of COVID. That was my best friend's son. And we watched him battle for almost a week for his life in the hospital with the same tubes that Christopher had. It's an amazing story for Christopher to be able to say he's here with us today because Luke was not that lucky. And he didn't receive a vaccine. He didn't have a belief one way or the other. He just didn't get around to it. So please don't let that be your child. Please make sure your children receive the vaccine, you receive the vaccine, so that no other family has to go through that.
Well, Lori, I didn't know that at all and everything, and that's hard to believe, isn't it, really? Really and truly.
It's unreal.
It's really, really, really bad. Well, listen, thank y'all so much. Y'all are doing great work. You really are, all of you. And all I'd say is just pour it on. And if we helped 20 last year, for God's sakes, let's help 200 this year. I mean, let's just knock it out of the park. So let me go back to this. I've got, I'm going to just go through these pretty quickly, but the reminder again, if you're 65 and older and you have any symptoms whatsoever, get tested. Just get tested. That's all there is to it. To be perfectly honest, and I don't mean this to scare the people that are right up here with me, but I'm not feeling very good today. I'm gonna probably get tested again. I've probably been tested over and over and over. It's free. It's free, for crying out loud. If you don't feel good, get tested. Antibodies will save your lives if this by chance would happen to be that. From the standpoint of in big crowds, if you're 65 and older and you've got any kind of symptom, situation like diabetes or lung problems or heart problems or stuff like that, you ought to really think really hard about wearing a mask if you're going inside to a big crowd. From the standpoint of total vaccinations, we're up to 66% now that have had one shot that are 12 and older. That's the total population that we can vaccinate. We're at 81.4% of those 50 and older and 91.7% of those 65 and older. The 50 and older and the 65 and older are telling us the exact thing to do. They're telling us that they are, with their wisdom, get vaccinated. From the standpoint of our booster shots, I've already told you, but if you're 18 and above and you're fully vaccinated and you're 6 months out from when you got vaccinated the last time and you've taken Pfizer, you absolutely would be crazy not to go get your booster shot. Vaccine eligibility is 12 and above. The young people, we need to get more and more and more vaccinated. Our grandfamilies need to stand up and help us in every way and take advantage of that $150 school voucher and everything. There's 19,000 kids with our grandfamilies, and they can really help us get those kids vaccinated. Everything's up on our vaccine info line, all the stuff on free testing and everything. Take advantage, take advantage, take advantage. Fruth and Walgreen, we thank you from way back. I remind you again about your flu vaccine. You can get that with your COVID shot. It is absolutely safe to do so. And the last thing, I keep reminding people over and over and over, we got $200 million that can go out to people that are renting or landlords. And we've sent out less than $50 million, a quarter of it. We're looking for people to apply if you're having a lot of trouble and you're a renter, or you're having a lot of trouble collecting rent from renters and you're a landlord and you think you could be eligible, at least check it out and give us a call and let us walk you through it. And we may very well be able to help out when things are a little bit tough. And if we can, that just puts more money into the West Virginians' hands, and the multiplier effect of those dollars is always beneficial to West Virginia. So give us a call if you're a renter or a landlord and you're stumbling because of whatever the reason may be. Anyway, nevertheless, that's all I've got.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Good morning. As the governor has said, as well as our panelists, very important for people to continue to move toward full vaccination and boosters if you're eligible. The Food and Drug Administration met last week and decided to recommend basically the same indications as they did for the Pfizer vaccine, now for the Moderna vaccine, which is in people over 65 years old, 6 months or greater from their last shot of Moderna, or people between 18 and 65 years old with other predisposing health problems that may make them at risk for more severe disease, and people in occupations that would expose them to people with disease. The dose of the Moderna vaccine was assessed and would be half the dose of the two first vaccines, which is 50 micrograms instead of 100 micrograms. And we're still waiting for the recommendations from the CDC and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which will happen this week, to get the more specifics. The other thing that the FDA assessed was the benefit of having a second booster dose for people that had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And the initial recommendation was a second Johnson & Johnson dose. But there is data that's recently been published that suggests that a second dose of a messenger RNA vaccine, Moderna or Pfizer, gives a higher number of antibodies, which is the protective factor the vaccines induce, than does a second dose of Johnson & Johnson. So we're also waiting to see if the mixing of vaccines will be recommended. That is called heterologous vaccinations versus homogeneous vaccinations, which are two of the same dose. And in the Johnson & Johnson trial, 2 doses of Johnson & Johnson gave a 3 to 5-fold increase in antibodies. A second dose of Pfizer with the first dose of Johnson & Johnson gave about a 35 times number of antibodies. And a second dose with Moderna gave a 76-fold increase in antibody production. So we're waiting to see that. The other thing, at the end of the month, the Food and Drug Administration will meet about 5 to 11-year-old vaccines, with Pfizer's being the only candidate that's been put forward. This is also a different dose of the vaccine. It's 10 micrograms versus the standard dose for 12 and older Americans being 30 micrograms of the Pfizer vaccine. So that will come to the FDA, and then following will go to the CDC. As the governor has said, and as we've heard, we also know that still the vaccines are by far the most protective factor that we have in reducing COVID-19 hospitalizations, ICU admissions, ventilator usage, and death. And is something that all West Virginians should strongly consider, particularly as we've seen Colin Powell, who has been a towering American for many people, die of complications of COVID-19. And as we go forward, we also very heavily recommend that people that qualify for boosters, please get those as soon as you're eligible to do so, because we know that the potency of some of the antibodies do fade with time. And with the high inoculum dose of the Delta variant of COVID-19, again, up to 1,000-fold higher, and droplets and aerosols that can promote infection, that we want people to have the maximum protection so that you don't have the fates that we've heard from some of the people the governor has read, names he's read at the beginning of each press brief we've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marsh. Retired Major General Jim Hoyer, Dr. Inam Jad, and Secretary Bill Crouch are also joining us today and are available for questions. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Hi, thank you for taking a moment for my question. My question is probably for Dr. Marsh. If you could talk about, with several hospitals in the Charleston area already reporting seeing multiple cases of flu, the twin-demic that we face at this time of year with COVID and with the flu introducing itself during the flu season, about getting the vaccines for both because of what can happen if COVID and the flu combine, and what could be some of the possible results from that. Thank you.
Dr. Marsh, please.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Kenny. So as we've said several times on this brief, it is safe and even recommended for people, if you're getting your COVID vaccination, whether it's a first or a second dose, if you have the mRNA vaccines or a booster dose, it is safe and we would suggest getting a flu shot at the same time. You would just need to go and get the vaccines in different arms, but the vaccines are safe to be taken together. There's data from a United Kingdom study to show that the vaccines are both quite active when used together and don't seem to increase side effects of either vaccine. If you're not scheduled to get a COVID vaccination, then it is also very important for people to get a flu vaccine. As we have pointed out, and as Kenny has just insinuated, because last year was a very, very mild flu year for us, and because many people were wearing masks and staying physically separated, we are very concerned about the impact of flu and the Delta variant of COVID-19 as a double challenge to some of our most vulnerable people. And since these are both respiratory processes that can interfere with lung function and oxygenation, then we're worried that we might see an even more severe impact this year of influenza, both independent and codependent with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Next, we'll go to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. My question is for Secretary Crouch. I was hoping we could get an update on the Save Our Cares program. Have we gotten the September data that we were looking for? And how did the first round of payment disbursement go last week? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, all of those funds went out last week to all hospitals. I spoke with the head of the West Virginia Hospital Association this morning about the September data. We're looking to get that data as soon as they can get that together. It took a little while last month. We hope there's a better understanding now of what we need in terms of the second phase of these funds going out. But everything went out last week as scheduled. I think those were electronic fund transfers, so those are sometimes delayed a day or two by the banks. But it's my understanding everybody, I've not heard that anyone did not get those funds. So we plan on the same approach here as soon as we get the September data. Thank you, Charles.
Thanks, Charles. Next to Mark Curtis with the Next Star Media.
Good afternoon, Governor, and or good morning still, cabinet members. And Governor, I just want to let you know I successfully got out of that elevator the other day. I just been on vacation for a couple of days. Listen, I want to ask about herd immunity. With 65 plus, we have 81% fully vaccinated now, 12 plus, 58% fully vaccinated, and all eligible, 66% at least one shot. Are we getting closer to this concept of herd immunity, or is that really just a concept, or is it a real thing scientifically?
Well, you know, Mark, you know, we're sharing elevator stories, and that's not real good. But nevertheless, Mark, here's what I would say. I would say at being at 66% again, you know, and continuing to go north, even though it may be slow, and being at 91.7% of the 90-year-old, the 65 and olders, and being at 81.4 or whatever it was of the 50 and olders, we're getting there, aren't we? You know, in all honesty, it'd be really difficult to argue all the different things that we did, whether it was do it for baby dog round 1, 2, the testimonials, you know, the great work that Game Changers, Jobs and Hope, and all those people that are doing and telling us over and over, we got to get vaccinated. You know, sure it's tough. Sure it's really tough. But we're getting there, aren't we? Now, unfortunately, you know, we continue to lose a lot of people and everything, but we're making progress. And, you know, Mark, it's impossible to argue that. The other thing is just this, is are we at a point in time where we have enough, you know, immunity from those that have recovered? Are we getting to a point in time where absolutely we're going to be able to take hold of this thing? Well, we think. But we also hope and pray, you know, and so every day that goes by, we just keep digging right in the face of all the adversity and everything, where people are throwing rocks and saying, well, this isn't working, this isn't doing, you ought to just don't even do anything, you ought not even have the briefing. We keep digging, and we're making progress and everything, and we really do believe that we are getting closer and closer to a number to where this thing, we can control this thing. Instead of this thing controlling us and the tail wagging the dog, it's time for the dog to wag the tail. And so with all that, we're going to continue to work. That's all I know to do.
Great, thank you, Mark. Next to Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, panel. Governor, I want to go in the opposite direction of where you were going. I'm noticing the graphs, and they are showing that downward part of the curve taking place now, which would be good news. But I also read the weather forecast today, and I have a frost advisory in effect tonight for my part of the state. So that means people are going to be going indoors. I'd like to get the medical people to weigh in, and maybe even the general too, on people going indoors, and with the Delta variant out there, what particular danger that presents this year that we did not face last year. Thank you.
Well, Paul, before they go, let me just say just this. I have said it over and over and over. Bad weather's coming. We're going to be indoors more. And this Delta variant is in multiples of times more infectious. We know every bit of that, don't we? That's why I have been pleading especially with our parents and our grandparents to get our kids vaccinated, our kids in schools vaccinated. We want to all be vaccinated. I get all of that and everything, and I totally understand, and stand rock solid behind the fact that if it is your choice, it is your choice. In my opinion, especially if you have a medical or religious reason, employers ought not to be able to just, decide, well, just because, I think, that we need to all be vaccinated, and you really genuinely have a medical reason why you are not going to take the vaccine, or a religious feeling or belief that you're not going to take the vaccine, we ought to respect that. We absolutely, and that's my feeling. I don't want to impose that on anybody, but that's how I feel. But Paul, I am not a doctor, so maybe it'd be better for us to have the medical community weigh in. But Dr. Marsh, maybe you can go, and in general, or Dr. Amjad. Is Dr. Amjad with us today? Yeah, sure. So let them go.
Thank you, Governor. I'll lead it off and then pass the baton. Paul, I think this is a really important point, and we are always concerned about colder weather that brings people together indoors. As the governor said many times, the most important protection that we can give is through full vaccination and booster dose if and when eligible. Certainly people that are elderly or people that have pre-existing health problems that puts them at risk should consider, other mitigation measures like wearing a mask when they're indoors around a lot of other people or people that they don't know. We've talked about the dangers of influenza as a coexistent virus, and there are other viruses that can affect the lungs that are also, potentially problematic during a winter time surge. So ultimately, we would suggest vaccination as the primary issue, but also to take good care and judge your own environment and make sure that you're protecting yourself, as we've talked about from the very beginning of the pandemic, because other mitigation measures that we've talked about that reduce the risk of respiratory transmission of viruses are certainly effective for COVID, for influenza, and for other respiratory viruses that you might encounter this winter. Fine.
Thanks. The only thing that I would add is that if you are feeling sick, whether you think it's COVID or the flu, it's to go get tested before you join any events indoors with family or friends. It's so easy to go get a COVID test. We still have free testing sites. You can get tested for the flu, strep, anything easily now. So before you go into an indoor event with your family and friends and you're not feeling well, you can get tested before or stay home if you're not feeling well. But that's the only additional thing I would add to what Clay mentioned. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Paul. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, today is a really, really important day. You know, like I said, tomorrow is a day that is my mom's birthday, and a day that I'll remember forever. But I'll probably remember this day forever too. We lost an absolute superhero. I ask for your prayers for General Colin Powell, you know, an absolute superstar that gave so much to this country, it's unbelievable, and gave it with a tone of goodness, did he not? I mean, he didn't give it with a tone of partisan politics. He didn't give it with a tone of, you know, an authoritarian type person. He gave it with a tone of trust and love and truth, you know, and we'll miss him. We'll miss him, and it's a tragedy beyond belief that we've lost him to COVID. You know, it's just hard to imagine. Wounded twice. Absolutely losing him of a pandemic. It's really, really sad. You know, and right behind that, and surely not even behind, we've lost 4,134 people in West Virginia. I can't possibly tell you the wisdom that we've lost. You know, Lori shared with us her best friend lost a 21-year-old son. A 21-year-old son that really wasn't opposed to taking the vaccine, just like all kids would be, just hadn't gotten around to it. And this thing got him. And it really can get all of us. You know, we got to really be careful. We really, really should take heed to the fact of getting vaccinated. We should be respectful and loving to one another, and what has really gotten us through this whole thing is we've stayed together. Some way, somehow, we've had different opinions, but some way, somehow, we've not fragmented in West Virginia. That's how we've gotten through this. And if anybody believes any differently, they're nut jobs. At the end of the day, we've gotten through this together. Together. We didn't get through this as Republicans or Democrats. We didn't get through this as black, white, rich, poor. We got through this as West Virginians, loving one another and pulling the rope together. Don't impose your feelings on anyone. Absolutely, but everyone should be respectful of each and every one. You know, the good book tells us over and over to love your neighbor. And really and truly, at this time in West Virginia, you've done that. You've really done that, and you really made me really proud. This could have been, you know, what Tom Floyd in South Carolina would have called an 18-carat dog's mess. And it could have really been. Here we were, the third oldest state, with all these chronic illnesses and the most vulnerable of all states, and not protected by any Great Lake or ocean. There we sit, within a rock's throw of 2/3 of the population of this country, and absolutely we could have had a disaster beyond belief. But you did it. You kept together. You pulled the rope. And that's why our numbers, even though they're tragic in many ways, that's why they're as good as they are. So just keep it up. Keep up loving one another, and at the same time, be respectful of one another, and please, please, please really consider being vaccinated. It's the only bullet I've got in the gun. If I had any other means, I'd tell you. But absolutely, please get vaccinated. Thank you so much.
Senate will come to order. Those not having privileges of the floor, please vacate the chamber. Clerk has a communication from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 301, reapportioning House of Delegates districts.
Message be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
House Bill 301, reapportioning House of Delegates districts. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the constitutional rule requiring a bill to be read on 3 different days be suspended and that the bill be read a second and third time and placed upon its passage.
The Senior Senator from the 17th moves the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 different days be suspended and that the bill be read a second and third time and put upon its passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than 4/5 of the members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule suspended. The clerk will read the bill a second time.
House Bill 301, reapportioning House of Delegates districts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be advanced to third reading. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
House Bill 301, reapportioning House of Delegates districts. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of House Bill 301 and begin my remarks by observing this is one of many things that it turned out that I was wrong about. Before our special session started, Mr. President, I thought that it would be difficult for the House of Delegates to pass a plan that changed from 60 some odd delegate districts to 100 single member delegate districts. They've done it. And it's a plan, Mr. President, that I believe is long overdue. I think the configuration of 100 single member delegate districts is a welcome step forward for the people of West Virginia. I've thought that for a long time. And I would urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 28 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. From request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 28 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 3034, dividing state into senatorial districts. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senators Rucker, Azinger, Tarr, Boley, and Martin move to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make this brief. There has been an incredibly long process in the last several months by a lot of people in this room, but also people outside all of West Virginia. There have been meetings, there have been public hearings, there has been online surveys, there has been virtual meetings. This is a very deliberate, thorough process that we have to adopt a redistricting map for the state of West Virginia in the Senate. In consideration of what we're doing, there were three key elements that we are told we need to consider. One person equals one vote, compactness, and that means following county boundaries, trying to have contiguous lines, and passing this legislative process, what we are hopefully going to complete today. These three also, you must add federal and constitutional requirements that we have, the case law. Case law respects incumbencies and communities of interest, which further adds to the rubrics we need to take into consideration. This is all challenging because this following county boundaries and all those goals, we have to take into account the state of West Virginia and its shape, which is very challenging. It's got, we love the state, we love where, the way it's shaped and the mountains, but all of those things, they do create, certain valleys, certain hills, certain interests, and all of those things do affect things like communities of interest. So first of all, I want to thank all of those who have worked so hard and who have contributed to this process and giving their input. This amendment, Mr. President, is a conglomeration of trying to take into account all of the considerations, all the input, all the information that we have been provided. It takes into account discussions that have occurred in redistricting meetings. It takes into account input we have received from every member here on both sides of the aisle. So this map tries to respect all those focus, all those needs, all those interests, and it tries to balance them. Is it a perfect map? I don't think that such a thing exists. You can draw a map with a focus on one criteria, and it's going to affect other criterias and make them weaker. It's impossible to have every criteria considered to a perfect degree, but this map tries to balance. I believe that this map is the best representation of balancing all of those needs, and it is a map that I support, and I hope that my fellow colleagues do too. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Senators Takubo and Trump move to amend the amendments by striking out everything after the article heading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Bees, for one moment. Senate will come back to order. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment to the amendment. And that is reflected by the map that's on the screen right now. And with the indulgence of the President and the body, I'd like to talk a little bit about where we are and how we got to where we are. The process in which we are engaged right now is a process required by our state constitution.
Senator from Morgan. Senator from Morgan.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent of the Senate to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
The senator from Morgan requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment to the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment to the amendment is designed to improve the amendment in some ways that I think it needs improvement. With the indulgence of the Senate and the President, I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about where we are, what we're doing, why we're doing it. We're required by the West Virginia Constitution every 10 years, following a decennial census, to draw new legislative districts. And under our state constitution, once drawn and enacted, they're required to stay in place for 10 years without change until there's a succeeding decennial census. That's in our state constitution in Article 6, and it is section 10. Section 10. This is a little bit of an aside, but we've all seen other states, apparently that's not the rule. And you see states where in the middle of a census cycle, they're trying to change their districts. That's not permitted in West Virginia, at least in my reading of the Constitution. It's once every 10 years and only once every 10 years. And so our Constitution, Article 6, Section 4 of the West Virginia Constitution tells us what we are to do when we make districts. I'll read the words. The districts shall be compact, formed of contiguous territory, bounded by county lines, and, as nearly as practicable, equal in population. So the population equality requirement is part of the West Virginia Constitution, but we also know it's also a federal constitutional requirement. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But bounded by county lines is part of our, let me just check them off, Mr. President, if I may. And I'll start with contiguous territory. I will represent to this body, to you, Mr. President, I've seen lots of maps, hundreds, perhaps thousands, and I don't think I've seen a single one that anybody has drawn or attempted to draw that isn't made of contiguous territory. In other words, you can't have an island, you know, for a district that's away from the main body of it. It has to all be contiguous, and I haven't seen anybody propose a map that fails to meet that requirement. Bounded by county lines. Okay, so this is interesting. Bounded by county lines is a requirement of our state constitution. It is, however, impossible to draw districts that are equal in population without dividing some counties. It is impossible. Now, it was for the first 100 years of this state's history, over 100 years, Senate districts were all made up of entire counties. From the time of statehood until 1977, believe it or not. 1977 was the first time when the legislature passed a plan that actually divided any county. From statehood till 1977, the districts were made up of whole counties, as required by the Constitution. Something happened along the way that forced counties to be divided when Senate districts were drawn. And that was the involvement of the United States Supreme Court in the early 1960s in equal protection cases, a couple big, they're landmark cases. Baker v. Carr, Reynolds v. Sims. These are early 1960s cases wherein the United States Supreme Court said, you got to make your legislative districts equal in population to each other, because not to do so weights a person's vote more heavily in one district than in another district. So it's commonly referred to as the one man, one vote rule. Apologies to our distaff colleagues. One person, one vote rule. And that's been part of the federal constitutional jurisprudence since the early 1960s. And so I just want to, I apologize for all this, but I have been so immersed in this for so long, Mr. President, and the whole thing is fascinating to me and interesting, and it's one of the most interesting exercises I've ever been involved in. I dug out all the old Senate plans from the 20th century, and they're in the blue books. We dig through our old blue books, you can find them. And if you go back, you can see how the Senate districts were drawn after every census and otherwise throughout the whole 20th century. And if you go back, for instance, to 1951, and this is before there was really federal U.S. Supreme Court decisions that got involved in the issue of population. Even though our state constitution has always had an equality of population requirement in it, in Article 6, Section 4, it was apparently not very well enforced by the legislature. The 1951 plan shows that there were 16 districts then. We had only 16, not 17 Senate districts. But it shows what they were, and the Blue Book gives us the population of each district. So the 8th district then was Kanawha County, just Kanawha County. And what was interesting to me is that the population of Kanawha County was 252,925 people, 253,000 people. Big county, much big, more than twice the size, no, not more than twice the size, but substantially larger than today. But it had 2 senators. There were 2 senators for all of Kanawha County under that district. The 2nd district, which was Doddridge, Marshall, Tyler, Wetzel, not dissimilar from the way it's configured now. The 2nd district had a total population of 74,350, might be 384 people. But there's enormous disparity there. If you 74,000 to 250,000. But each group of people, the people of each district, got to be represented by 2 senators in the West Virginia Senate. So shortly after that, in the early 60s, these landmark decisions from the U.S. Supreme Court started happening, Reynolds v. Sims. And the legislature's first reaction to Reynolds v. Sims came in 1964. So that's, we think about that, that's an odd time to do an apportionment because it's not immediately following a census, but it was in response to the federal court cases that had been decided by the United States Supreme Court. And in 1964, the legislature did one thing. It made one change. It added a new district, the 17th district. And that was a district, Mr. President, that it superimposed over the 8th. So it also, just like the 8th, was all of Kanawha County. So the 250,000 people of Kanawha County went from 2 to 4 senators, all elected from within Kanawha County. And that was the state's first step to try to address the equality of population, the one person, one vote principle that came to us from the U.S. Supreme Court in Reynolds v. Sims. There were no counties divided in 1964. Now, hold all that, if you will, in your mind, and let's fast forward to today. And I want to talk about, Mr. President, I know that I have confounded, I think, many people inside and outside of this body, but let's just talk about the sheer numbers about where we are today. According to the 2020 census, the population of West Virginia last year was 1,793,716 people, 1.793 million. That represents a 3.2% decline in population from the previous census. And you may think, well, it's only, it's just a little under 60,000 people. The state lost 59,278 people. The Senate ought to be smart enough to easily figure out how you absorb that and make those adjustments. It's not that simple. And here's part of why it's not that simple. That loss of population of just under 60,000 people is not distributed uniformly across the whole state. Not at all. In fact, 3 counties, Berkeley County, Monongalia County, and Jefferson County, had pretty significant gains in population. I'll give you the numbers. Berkeley County grew by 17,907 people. Monongalia County grew by 9,633 people. And Jefferson County grew by 4,303 people. It is the 3 of those counties, and there were a couple other counties that had more modest gains, but the 3 of those counties gained in population 31,843 people. So a net loss of 60,000 people means that if you have those 3 counties which gained over 30,000 people, you have a loss throughout the rest of the state, a net loss for the rest of the state, the other 52 counties, of 90,000 people. And that is why this duty that we have, in my opinion, is vexing and hard, and it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to be involved in. If you look at the southwest corner of our map, start at Kanawha County and just go southwest. That's an area that has lost significant population. Boone County, Logan County, Lincoln County, which is historically the core of a Senate district. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But that's the 7th district. Those counties between 2010 and 2020 lost 8,253 people. Wayne County, Mingo County, and McDowell County, which form the biggest part of the 6th senatorial district. In those 3 counties, lost a total of 9,772 people, over 3,000 each in just the last 10 years. Kanawha County, our state's largest county, the seat of our state government, lost over 12,000 people. So, Mr. President, members, what I'm saying to you, these numbers are telling us is in that southwest corner, starting at Kanawha County and working your way southwest, the state lost basically 30,000 people right there in that corner. And that makes this terribly hard and vexing, in my opinion. Now, the loss of population, I am coming to a point, Mr. President, related to the map, I promise. I believe that the amendment to the amendment is superior to the main amendment explained by my dear friend, the senator from Jefferson County, in a couple particular areas. And a lot of the heart of it lies in that southwest corner. The counties of Boone, Logan, and Lincoln have been the core of a Senate district that was first formed, at least from my research, according to the Blue Books, in 1937. Lincoln, Logan, Boone. And it has been the core of a Senate district ever since that time. And I'm saying core because things have happened to it. But in 1951, the year I talked about earlier, those three counties had a combined population of 110,600 people. A Senate district unto itself, Logan, Lincoln, Boone. And, you know, it makes sense. You look at it on the map, it's compact, it's perfect, you know, in terms of shape. It's almost as compact a district as you can draw. And in 1951, it had the population to be a Senate district. So, but I said 110,601 in 1951. Today, the population of those three counties is 74,839. So I should back up and say, for the benefit of anybody, I think everybody in this room certainly knows this, but there may be people who are listening who would want to understand how this works and why we care about the population. You have to take our state's population of 1.793 million and divide it by the number of Senate districts you'll have. We have 17 now, we have for the last 10 years. And we will have the plans, all the plans that I've seen proposed by anybody, proposed to go forward with continuation of 17 districts. So when you divide the state's population by 17, you get the following number: 105,512.7, 512 people per district. 105,512. That's the mean. That's the population it requires to make a Senate district. Now, we talk about equal population. The federal jurisprudence that has been handed down over the years following Reynolds v. Sims says that your population deviations, your whatever state you are, West Virginia, Texas, Maryland, your population deviations will be presumed to be constitutional if they don't exceed 10% from the smallest to the largest state legislative districts. So if you start with 105,500 people, 5% of that district is 5,275 people. And that gives you a range, up or down. So our districts, in order to have the presumption of equal protection constitutionality, have to be between a range of 100,400 to 110,000 some odd hundred people. But that's basically the range. We got to be within that, or you lose, West Virginia loses the presumption of constitutionality on the one person, one vote rule. So and I will say this, Mr. President, every map I've seen that's been drawn by anybody meets that. I haven't seen anybody submit or propose a map. I don't think any of the maps or permutations of maps that we're going to see on the floor here today deviate outside of that range. And I think that's good policy. You know, if you go outside the range, it doesn't mean the courts won't approve it if challenged. But what it means is it's not presumed to be constitutional unless you stay within it. And I think all the maps I've seen so far do. I will concede the map, the plan offered by the distinguished senator from Jefferson County is within that 10% range, as is this amendment. So thank you for that little diversion on why we talk and care so much about the numbers. But I want to go back now and talk, if I can, about, I think, the easiest place to start to explain. Well, I was talking about Logan Lincoln Boone, so let me go back there. That was the core, has been the core of the 7th Senate District for not quite a century, but almost a century. And it has dropped, I'll say again, from 110,000 people in those 3 counties in 1951, now to under 75,000 people. And that is, as we just discussed, 30,000 people below that magic number, the median that you need, 105,500 people to make a Senate district. Now that change didn't just happen overnight. It's happened over a long period of time, more than half of a century. And you can see it changing in the maps that you can see in the Blue Book. As I said, I dug into all those. By 1982, Mr. President, when the 7th District was configured in that apportionment, the population of Logan, Lincoln, and Boone was down to 104,800. In other words, it didn't have the sufficient people in it to continue to be a district without adding some territory to it. And so in 1982's apportionment, this is how the legislature solved it. They added to it a piece of Wayne County, 7,174 people from Wayne County. 10 years later, 1992, population of Logan, Lincoln, and Boone had dropped to 90,284 people. So that's down 14,000 from just 10 years before. And as you might expect, that population was insufficient in 1992 to make a Senate district. And so the legislature's solution in 1992 was to add a bigger piece of Wayne County. And the 7th District had added into it then, in 1992, 9,947 people from Wayne County, almost 10,000 people from Wayne County, to make sure that the 7th, the core of which, Logan, Lincoln, and Boone, had enough people to be a district, to continue to be a district. Fast forward 10 years from that, 2001. The population of Logan, Lincoln, and Boone counties down in 2001 to 85,353. Okay? And a fair piece, as they say, from the necessary population to make a Senate district. So in 2001, the legislature solved it by grabbing an even bigger piece of Wayne County. And so to the population of Logan, Lincoln, and Boone was added 16,000 people from Wayne County to make that district sufficient in population. You see the pattern continuing here. 2011, just 10 years ago. 2011, 10 years ago, the population of Logan, Lincoln, and Boone had dropped to 83,000 people, 83,042 people. So the legislature's solution 10 years ago, these are the districts that we were elected in, in the last decade. The legislature's solution to the problem 10 years ago was to grab 14,274 people from Wayne County, and now for the first time, 6,732 people from Mingo County. So the core, still Logan, Lincoln, and Boone, but now reaching out south and west, taking in more and more of Wayne, more and more of Mingo, till we get to, and everyone knows the way, this is not the current map, but the current map, if we had it superimposed here, you'd see a line that divides down into Wayne, Mingo, longwise, with making those counties thinner on the bottom and thinner on the top, with the top part going to that 7th district to fill out the population. Today, where are we today? Logan, Lincoln, and Boone are down to 74,839 people, just under 75,000 people. The core of that 7th district that in 1951 had 110,000 people has fewer than 75,000 people in it now. And you can't really go deeper into Wayne and Mingo because they're already more or less split in half now. So it's a vexing problem. You know, you can't pull that. If you look at the east line of Wayne, the northeast line of Mingo, if you think of it as a rubber band that over generations has been pulled down and pulled down and pulled down, it snaps back now. It has to. It just does, because the numbers are not going to work. So one of two things has to happen, in my opinion. You could take Wayne and Lincoln and Logan and Mingo and form a district in that fashion. Maybe even if you use part of Wayne, you could add Boone to it and make a district that was more compact than what we had before us. But that's not this plan. Where this plan is, the amendment to the amendment allows Wayne and Mingo, McDowell below it, all to snap back to full shape counties, and have the 7th district, the core of which is still Logan, Lincoln, and Boone, reach northward for population. The amendment on the screen, the amendment to the amendment, offered by the senator from the 17th and myself, and the plan which it would amend, both essentially do that same general thing. But there is a significant, well, no, they don't. There's a significant difference. The amendment offered by my friend, the senator from Jefferson County, does something that hasn't been done in a century. And I disagree with it. It carves Lincoln County out of that 7th district, Mr. President. So that is why the amendment to the amendment, that's the first reason why the amendment to the amendment is preferable. If we go back to look at, can we go back and look at the base amendment, the primary amendment? Okay. There's the primary amendment. This is the amendment the senator from the 17th and I are seeking to change or amend. You see what it does. The solution to the problem there is it carves Lincoln County out of that district. For the first time in 80 years, you know, for the last 80 years at least, Logan, Lincoln, and Boone have been a unit. And the senators from that area can say whether that's important or not, but I've always understood it to be important. It is, you know, it's the heart and soul, historically, of West Virginia's coal fields. Logan, Lincoln, and Boone. This floor amendment, the amendment offered by my friend from Jefferson County, would fundamentally change that architecture for the first time in any of our lifetimes. And Lincoln County, no longer part of a district of Logan and Boone, it's carved off and conjoined with Cabell. I think our amendment to the amendment is a better solution. Now, here's something else that the amendment offered by my friend from Jefferson County does that I think we can find a better way. I think there is a better way, and we don't have to do this, and I would suggest that we should not do this. So to address the shortage, the population shortage for the 7th district, You know, Logan, Lincoln, and Boone. You take away take away Lincoln and conjoin it with Cabell, you got an even bigger shortage. You know, Logan roughly, I'm saying, is 32,000 people. Boone now is, well, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Boone now is 21,000 people. So in Logan and Boone, you've got about half of a district. You know, half the population necessary to make a district. The amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson solves that problem by reaching up into Kanawha County and grabbing the population for half of a district, basically 50,000 people. I think we're going to have to do one of two things. Either going to have to add Lincoln and Logan to Mingo and Wayne and make a district down there, or we're going to have to go north and grab some population from Kanawha County to fill out that district. And that's what this does. But, Mr. President, my objection to it is it does too much. While it's true I think it must do some, it does too much. Because on this amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson, what it does is it grabs so much population from Kanawha County that Kanawha County loses its self-contained 17th district. Right now, you know, I talked about Kanawha County, how in 1964, the 17th got superimposed over the 8th senatorial district, and from 1964 till 2011, Kanawha County had 2 districts that were Kanawha County. Nothing else in, nothing else out. They were superimposed. And Kanawha County elected by itself 4 senators, 2 in the 8th district, 2 in the 17th. Now that changed in 2011. In 2011, I wasn't here in the Senate or the legislature at all, but some of the people in this room were. In 2011, the population of Kanawha County had dropped such that you could not justify having 2 full Senate districts superimposed over each other in Kanawha County. I think the population of Kanawha County 10 years ago was something like 192,000. Now we're 12,000 below that today. We've lost 12,000 more here in Kanawha County, but it was 192,000 10 years ago, more or less, and it was not sufficient population to be 2 superimposed Senate districts. And so what the legislature did 10 years ago was it made the 17th, as it's configured now, wholly within Kanawha County. There's no part of any other county within the 17th, and there's no part of the Kanawha County that goes outside of Kanawha County in the 17th. The 17th, as it exists today, lies wholly within Kanawha County and elects 2 senators from Kanawha County. That's been the plan for the last 10 years. The remainder of Kanawha County is still the 8th. The legislature's solution 10 years ago was to take all the rest of that Kanawha County, and it's basically Charleston, the north side of the Kanawha River, where we are right now, I believe, is the 8th. And it was conjoined 10 years ago with the north half of Putnam County. And that was sufficient. It had sufficient population to make a district. And so for the last 10 years, Kanawha County has had 3 senators and has been guaranteed to have 3 senators, 2 from the 17th, and then because the 8th is Kanawha Putnam, there are only 2 counties in it, the Constitution requires both senators may not be chosen from the same county, so Kanawha gets 1, Putnam gets 1. That's the way it's been for the last 10 years. Kanawha has 3 senators. Now, the plan here before us, offered by the senator from Jefferson, disrupts that whole thing. And here's how it does it. No longer would there be a 17th district that is wholly within Kanawha County. A little less than a third of Kanawha's population is assigned to the district, the 7th. Boone, Logan, Kanawha. The 8th, if you can see on this map, some of those lines are hard, but it has essentially, there may be some variations, essentially the part of Kanawha County that is the 8th now, and the part of Putnam County that is the 8th now, and adds to it part of Jackson and all of Roane to make the requisite population for a Senate district. The remainder of Kanawha County is no longer Kanawha only. It's conjoined, as you can see there, it's still called the 17th, but it's a Kanawha-Fayette district. So 2 counties, Kanawha and Fayette, and what it will do, what it really means, you know, I want to make it more complicated than it is. Kanawha County still is our largest county. It has 180,000 people. If this plan is adopted without amendment, the plan offered by the senator from Jefferson, no citizen of Kanawha County will be able to choose his or her own senator without the assistance of people from one of the surrounding counties. Think about that. We have 180,000 people in Kanawha County. It takes 105,000 plus or minus to make a Senate district. And what this plan says to the people of Kanawha County is, no part of your county do you get to choose your own senator without the help of people from Fayette or Logan or Boone or Roane or Putnam or Jackson. Now there are places where you have to join counties together to make a Senate district. But Kanawha County has more than sufficient population to have at least one district that is just Kanawha County, where the people of Kanawha County choose who their senators will be from that district. All right, so if we could go back to the amendment to the amendment. So I'm going to yield momentarily, I guess, to our distinguished majority leader, because this plan, the amendment to the amendment, was crafted with his great assistance and his great desire to see that notwithstanding the loss of people, you know, Kanawha has lost 12,000 people, should still find a way to allow Kanawha to have to itself a Senate district that's wholly within Kanawha County, and where the senators, the 2 senators chosen, will be chosen by the citizens of Kanawha County and no one else. No one else. And so that's what this plan does. The amendment to the amendment, first of all, if you pull Lincoln County back, and that's what we've done. We take Lincoln County back. It's not conjoined with Cabell under this plan. We take it back to the 7th. And so you keep the core. You're keeping the core of that original district that stood for 100 years. Logan, Lincoln, Boone, our Coalfields district. Yes, it needs population, but when you pull Lincoln County back, you don't need to get 50,000 people from Kanawha County. You need to get 25 or 30. And if you do that, which is what this plan does, it does. It reaches up into Kanawha County and adds to the 7th district 25,000 people, maybe 20. I could tell you the exact number, but it's less than in the other plan. Can you find that for me? How many people in Kanawha County in the 7th? But you have to take less people from Kanawha County to fill out the 7th, and what that allows you to do, which I think is also important to do, is you keep a 17th district in Kanawha County, where it's all Kanawha County, And the 2 senators elected in that district are chosen by the citizens from Kanawha County, and without the help of citizens from any other county. And the 8th is more or less, a continuation of the plan we've had in place for 10 years. It's Charleston, the north side of the river, this capital. It goes north and west a little bit through the northeast part of Putnam County. Again, the north and east side of the river, same as today. Part of Jackson, Roane, and part of Clay. And it envelops, it's sort of like I would call it the commute into Charleston area. It envelops Kanawha County. Interestingly, if this amendment to the amendment is adopted, Kanawha County will have, for the first time in 10 years, not a guarantee, but a chance at having 4 senators from Kanawha County, Mr. President. There'd be 2 guaranteed, 2 from a 17th district that lies wholly within Kanawha County, a good chance that 1 will be elected from the 8th, even though there are multiple counties there, and a chance that a senator from Kanawha County could be elected perhaps in that 7th district, with the part that is conjoined with Logan, Lincoln, and Boone. And so, Mr. President, I know I'm talking too long. Everybody's so tired of hearing me talk, but this is really interesting to me, and I want to say, Mr. President, despite the, and I think this is a modification, this amendment to the amendment would be a modification to the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson that would improve it immensely. Now, I focused just on 2 areas of the state, okay, and I now have the exact answer to my question. In the 7th district, as this is configured, it would draw 25,000 people from Kanawha County. In the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson County, it requires many more people than that, and in a way that is disruptive to Kanawha County. Many other aspects of this amendment to the amendment are quite similar to the main amendment. But these 2, I think, are very important. I don't know how else to say this other than to say, I fear that it would be insulting to the people of Kanawha County would feel insulted if the legislature's plan for redistricting this state were the statement to them that we believe that without the help of people from other counties, you should not have the authority to choose your own senator. And so, Mr. President, for those reasons and others which I would urge the body's strong consideration of this amendment to the amendment. I think it would make the main amendment better than it is without it, and I urge the adoption of this amendment to the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be brief. I'll never be as eloquent as my friend from Morgan, but there's a couple other points that was kind of brought up during those discussions that I would just like to highlight a little bit further. This is tough. If it were easy, we would have been done last week and in a day or 2 and been out of here, but it's not. It's hard, and it's hard because there's a lot of people that we represent and we're doing this for. There are so many times that we have had hard votes over the past few years, and I think to myself often, not so much what would I do, but I am the voice of the people that I represent. And for me to give the best voice to the people that I represent, it is important that the collective body that I represent is unified. And I think our founding fathers in the state of West Virginia felt the same thing, and so they purposefully wrote in the Constitution of West Virginia in order the things that they felt was most important. So this weekend I looked that up, and the very first thing that was mentioned is compactness. Now, up until this weekend, I'll be honest, whenever I've been looking at maps, I took compactness as just taking a bird's eye view of a map and seeing how close everything kind of looked on a map. But that's really not the definition of compactness. When you look up the Encyclopedia of America, it's clearly defined, and it says compactness refers to the general principle that the constituents, the people we represent, within a district should live as near to one another as practicable. When you look at the amendment that is to the amendment, there's not just one core district to me in Kanawha County. There are 3 core districts that are being completely disrupted. Kanawha County obviously being one of those. There, you know, in discussions and deliberations, the comment was made that people from West Virginia identify themselves, and that is so true. You don't necessarily see that other places, but you go to the beach, you're on vacation, you're meeting other people in the state, and they find out, they see that you got the West Virginia ball cap on or something. First thing they say, hey, what part of West Virginia are you from? You identify yourself by your county. I'm from Kanawha County, I'm from Cabell County, I'm from Logan County. Those 3 core districts are not just Kanawha County. It is exactly what my friend from Oregon said, the Logan, Boone, Lincoln. I grew up down in Logan County, love those people dearly, still have ties down there. And I can tell you that core down there is a core set of values that I think can be reflected much better by somebody that is representing that core, just like that of Cabell County, just like that of the people of Kanawha County. So when we, you know, it was mentioned on the floor here the other day that we all took an oath, and we did take an oath to try to uphold the Constitution the best we can, and not in a way that I personally like, but in a way that that I feel is right. You know, another good friend of mine has made the comment to me many times, doing the right thing is never wrong. And so at the end of the day, I have to vote and offer at least, especially for those that I represent, what I feel is right, what I feel is right for them, because it's not about any of us individually, but it is about the people we represent. And so for those reasons, I would encourage the adoption of this amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Morgan
Will the
yield?
senator from Morgan yield? The senator yields.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You, in addition to being chairman of the Judiciary, you're also chairman of the Redistricting Committee. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And I assume you attended all the hearings going on throughout the state?
I did.
All right. I figured you did. I just wanted to make sure. Now, this amendment to the amendment, I don't know if are we calling it Trump Takubo or just Takubo?
I think it was filed in the system with the senator from the 17th as the lead sponsor and with me as a co-sponsor. I don't know what we're...
Okay. Okay.
Takubo Trump is what it's called in the system. And just for people who, as a further answer to your question, this is essentially the map that was posted some days ago as Takubo 2, I think, on the redistricting website. It's the same map.
All right. Now, is it fair for me to, by looking at this Takubo amendment, or the amendment to the amendment in comparison to the senator from Jefferson's amendment, it looks to me that this amendment to the amendment breaks up fewer counties. Is that correct?
It does. The amendment, the main amendment, that which is offered by the senator from Jefferson County, at my count, I think divides 13 counties, and I believe this one divides only 10.
Okay. And in addition to that, this amendment to the amendment breaks up fewer municipalities than the senator from Jefferson's amendment, correct?
You know what? I am not sure that I know an accurate answer to that question. And I don't want to give you an inaccurate answer.
Okay, it looks like that the senator from Jefferson's map breaks up 14, and this map breaks up 4.
I will take the senator's word for it.
Okay, but how many? Okay, I made a mistake on that, Mr. Chairman. But the point is, this amendment to the amendment breaks up fewer counties, correct?
It does, and that is, I'm glad you highlighted that, because that is one of the 4 constitutional requirements that we're under when we draw these districts. Contiguous territory, compact districts, equality in population, and bounded by county lines. Now, I think, in fairness, as I've said, the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson meets the deviation requirements as the population deviations. They both do. They're almost identical in terms of their compactness scores. The Tacubo and Trump amendment has a little better score on the perimeter, total perimeter, but it's, to be honest with you, it's not a statistically significant number. But one of the overall improvements of the Tacubo-Trump map is that it divides only 10 counties, whereas the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson divides, I believe, 13 counties.
All right, and do you believe based upon your several meetings across the state and your consideration of several maps, do you believe, and this I assume that the answer is yes because your name's on it, but do you believe that this amendment, the Trump-Tacubo amendment, represents what you've learned over the last several months as far as what's required by our Constitution, what's been asked by our citizens?
Well, I'll say this. I think that the Tacubo-Trump amendment is an improvement over the main amendment. Now, I'll be the first to admit there are other maps that I like better than either one of them. And we may get to some discussion of those later on. But this is a definite improvement to the main amendment. And so, you know, I feel like for me as a senator, it's my duty to take whatever it is, whatever measure it is before us. In this case, it's a bill regarding redistricting under a specific plan, and to make it better if possible. And this does that. This makes the main amendment better.
Okay, and that's what we should be doing, improving things, I guess. But thank you, Mr. Senator.
Is there further discussion?
Thank you.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Morgan continue?
Senator from Morgan yield. Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you get up and down. I wanted to say thank you. You've put a lot of time and effort into this over the last couple of months, and I'd never presume to speak on behalf of this body. I would just say that when someone does that, they put forward the time and effort, it commands the respect of the body, as you always do. I was fortunate to serve on you with Judiciary for a couple years. Not being a lawyer, I learned a lot, but you were always fair and you were always respectful, and I wanted to thank you for leading this process.
Well, I guess that's not a question, but I'll say thank you for your kind words.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes,
sorry. No, thank you.
I'll get to the question here. I just wanted to thank you for that process.
I thought maybe that was all you had to say.
No, sir, I'm sorry. I got a couple of things. I just wanted to clarify, if we're looking at the map here, I heard you talking about the importance of compactness and keeping communities of interest together, and you mentioned a couple examples, like you mentioned the 6th there. And I know, that doesn't necessarily seem ideal in terms of the eye test, but correct me if I'm wrong. What I heard you saying is that if you do the 6th as you have it set up there, it actually allows you to have the surrounding and contiguous districts remain compact and intact with one another, such as the 7th, such as the 9th, such as the 10th. Is that what you're saying? I agree. I think that's a true statement. I do think it's a true statement. And I will say something else. I might have said part of this before, but although, the eye test, the 6 doesn't look compact, it is substantially better in this than it is in our current 2011 plan that we've been operating under. Because all those counties now, Wayne, Mingo, are all divided longwise, and the district actually, in the current configuration from 2011, runs all the way to the east end. It takes the whole of Mercer County. So it's longer and thinner now. This fattens it up to the width of whole counties. Whole counties again, that's important to me. So this map doesn't divide Mingo County or McDowell County. Wayne County is divided, but not long-wise the way it is in the 2011 plan. So if that is responsive to your question. Yes, sir. And then so the surrounding districts as well. It allows them to be more compact. I see that in your map. I'm not sure I see that in the base amendment. I see that in yours, and so I'm assuming that's the intent. Is that correct?
Yes. And the truth is, the only reason that you'd ever have to, in the other map, the map offered by the senator from Jefferson, the only reason that you have to reach up and take 50,000 people from Kanawha County is because you've torn that district apart and put Lincoln with Cabell, which is unnecessary, in my opinion, to any purpose. And in fact, counterproductive to the purpose of at least preserving the cores of existing districts.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So just one final question here. So speaking of those core districts, or those district cores, you've talked about Lincoln, Logan, Boone, and then you've talked about how this fits into the greater context in the coal fields there. You've got another district core in that region of the state, which is one I represent currently, Fayette and Greenbrier. It's my understanding that Fayette and Greenbrier as a core have not ever been separated in the history of West Virginia. Is that your understanding?
I don't know if I can tell you about the whole history of West Virginia, but probably within a moment or two, I could tell you the answer as it relates to the last century. And I will say that, and this is a feature that I didn't notice before, 82, 90, okay, so one time there, it does appear that one time, no, two times in the last century that Fayette and Greenbrier were not fully together.
Okay, so generally that has been a district core, similar to what you talked about with Logan, Lincoln, Boone, and you've preserved that core in your map. The amendment does not preserve that core. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. In the amendment, Fayette is severed completely from Summers, Greenbrier, Monroe. The district now, just for citizens who may be watching, is, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's Summers, Monroe, Greenbrier, Fayette is the district right now. And of course, same problem there as we have in many other places, that those four counties by themselves have no longer have sufficient population. So we've got to either change it or add territory to it. But to your point, the district for that area proposed by the main amendment would take Fayette away from those counties and conjoin it with part of Kanawha and make a district that way.
Right, and so it looks like you've pulled in Pocahontas County, which is a natural fit. I mean, we share a judicial district, we share an economic development district, so keeping communities of interest together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to voice my support for the amendment to the amendment. In one aspect, with 180,000 people in Kanawha County, to not have an entire district within that county is an absurdity and an enormous disservice to Kanawha County. That's one of the reasons I got so involved. Another reason I've gotten emotionally attached to this over the past few days is as this process unfolded, I was excited for this redistricting. I thought it was, I'm glad West Virginia couldn't see it because they would have been embarrassed. We would have been embarrassed. The voice of the Senate, in my opinion, and the Judiciary Chair, and the Redistricting Committee Chair, is a man I respect greatly. I watched him through this process, and let me back up for 1 second. I've not really seen him vote. He's never been a no on the board when this party's been a yes. But it's because people follow him. And he's on the team. When he's a yes, there's a reason he's a yes, and he's usually right. He's a man of character and such high moral standards. I watched every map he put out, and you follow the Constitution. We take an oath to follow the Constitution, and that's all he cared about. He didn't care about pencil whipping the other side. He cared about following the Constitution, and that's what he did. I'm proud to get in line behind him. I'm proud to support the amendment to the amendment. I'm not a constitutional scholar, but it's my concern that the amendment by itself, without this amendment to the amendment, does just the opposite. It pencil whips first and follows the Constitution second. That's not to say it doesn't follow it, but that's not what I put my hand on the Bible and swore to do. And I will. This is our chance to. I've taken 2 oaths in my life, and I've not broke either of them yet. I'm not going to break it on this vote.
So further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the amendment to the amendment pass? Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the scene. Or Senator from, there he comes. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will prepare the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 17 yeas, 16 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting, I declare the amendment to the amendment approved. Senator will be at recess for 5 minutes. Senate will come back to order. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Senate will be at ease for one moment. Bill be engrossed. No, wait a minute.
You have to vote on the amendment as amended.
Okay. Okay, yes, sir. All right. Where's she? Is there discussion on the amendment offered by the senator from Jefferson? As amended. If not, question before the Senate is, shall the amendment as amended offered by the Senator of Jefferson pass? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Roll call. Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results. On this question, 14 yeas, 19 nays, 1 absent not voting. I declare the amendment to the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? Are there further amendments? Senate will come back to order. Again, are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
What purpose does the senator from Cabell seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of that vote, I wish to reconsider my action. I think it was about 7.
You weren't on the prevailing side on the amendment to the amendment? No.
I voted no.
As you say, yes.
I don't know if you're right or not.
Senator, you did not vote on the prevailing side.
Thank you.
The bill will be engrossed and the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed Senate Bill 3034, dividing state into senatorial districts. Third reading of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan. Senator from Morgan's been recognized. What's your point of order? Senator from Morgan, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this passage of this bill. This map that would be in effect if this bill is adopted divides only 7 of the state's 55 counties. We had a proposal that would divide 13, an alternative which was adopted that would divide 10. The alternative was ultimately rejected in favor of this, which divides only 7 counties. It preserves the cores of districts. The populations on it are all within the deviation that gives a presumption of constitutionality, Mr. President, on the one-person, one-vote rule. The districts are compact. It's a better plan than we've seen so far. I urge passage.
Senior Senator for 17th, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 4 p.m.
The motion is to recess to 4 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Senate will be recessed till 4 p.m.